Oh, good morning, everybody. Kind of let me know how the sound is. I can never get sound right. I could not be a sound engineer. Oh. See, I think everything looks well enough. I'm actually going to put myself over here on the side this time because I realized that when I'm over here on the other side that the YouTube cuts me off when I do the when it's like a VOD because of the, I don't know what you call it, the progress bar on the video or whatever that's down there. But I'm going to try to make this not blow your eardrums out. But at the same time, you should be able to hear me, obviously. So if it gets to the point where it's too loud or you can't hear me, let me know. So welcome, guys. I appreciate all of you that's stopping by. This is kind of I'm basically off work all week this week, and so I said, hey, I'm going to do a daytime stream because you guys have been extremely supportive of my nighttime streams. I know they're at a bad time, but I work normal 8 to 5 job, so even if I am working from home, I don't quite feel comfortable streaming while I'm supposed to be at work, and I am at work, so I don't really need to stream while I'm trying to work on company time. But hopefully I'll be able to move it around or maybe stream during the day on Saturday or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But anyway, as you can see, I'm still working on getting to 1,000 subs. For 1,000 subs, what we're going to do is we're going to do a Reinhardt sword and sub-weapons only playthrough. I don't even know if that's going to be possible, but I'm going to attempt it. It's probably going to be a horse and barrel race. So you definitely want to tune into that. Also, we're still doing our normal nighttime stream tonight, so if you want to check out both, please feel free. We'll be doing Legacy of Darkness. We'll be finishing it up tonight. We'll be doing Cornell, aka Blue Crescent Moon, as he is known for some reason. But anyway, thanks again, guys, for stopping in. And so we'll just jump right into it. This is vanilla Castlevania 64, and it does have some differences from the I don't know why I did that. I need to go back out. It does have some significant differences from Legacy of Darkness, which is what I usually play on. For one thing, you get this nice pretty little intro here that they took out of the other version for whatever reason. It's got Malice playing the violin. They took that out, even though that was like the most cinematic part of the game. I really don't know why they took that out. Since you guys are here at the start of the stream, you guys get to pick. Who do you guys want to see? Do you want to see Reinhardt or do you want to see Carrie? It does not matter to me. I can beat either of them, no trouble. Reinhardt, I think, will probably be a little bit harder than Carrie because he has some BS to deal with in Dual Tower in this version. But whatever you guys want, just let me know who you guys want to see and we'll go for it. Just comment below, and if you guys embarrass me by not commenting who you want to see, we'll just pick a random one. I'm giving you guys 30 seconds for someone to make a suggestion. Alright, we got Admiral McFish says Reinhardt because he wants me to be tortured. Thanks a lot, Admiral. BRB unsubscribing from him. Alright, Reinhardt it is. He is the Belmont of this game, so makes sense we should play his old Reinhardt.
Castlevania in the mid-19th.
Yeah, you're the one that's got to watch Reinhardt's quest, so.
In this time of peace.
This is another thing they took out of Legacy of Darkness. This scene is not voice acted for anybody but Cornell in Legacy of Darkness. And that voice is actually Chris Redfield's voice actor from the PlayStation Resident Evil. His name escapes me at the moment, but that's the same guy.
And the bonds that seal their evil ruler's spirit are weakening. Reinhard Schneider, heir to the ancient Belmont clan of vampire hunters. His blood dooms him to oppose.
His blood literally dooms him. He literally cannot stop himself from going on this quest.
The young vampire killer begins his quest.
Like literally cannot stop. I always thought that part of the scene was a little silly because it looks like they're zooming into a Lego model. It doesn't look full size. Admiral, so basically what they did is originally Castlevania 64 was going to have 4 characters: Cornell, Reinhardt, Carrie, and a guy named Corler or Collar, depending on how early of a translation you're looking at. And they basically couldn't do that. They ran out of time, and so they just cut the characters down to 2 characters, which is Reinhardt and Carrie. Just took the levels that they had, divvied them up so that Carrie has some levels and Reinhardt has some levels, and then released the game as is. And it's kind of bare bones, really. It very much feels like an old school classic Castlevania play it through one and done type thing. And then about a year later, they released what's essentially a director's cut called Legacy of Darkness, which has Cornell was added back in, but Collar was replaced with a similar character called Henry, who has a shorter quest. But basically, they made Cornell the focus of Legacy of Darkness, so his story takes place 7 years before the story you're seeing right now. But all 4 playable characters are in Legacy of Darkness. They did have to undo like the graphical fidelity, so the graphics in this version are a little bit better to fit all those other characters and things in the cartridge. Legacy of Darkness looks a little less pretty. And they also remixed the levels, because some of the levels in this are pretty tricky. And they kind of remixed them and made them a little easier, a little more, not as hard to deal with. But basically, Reinhardt and Carrie have a similar but different story, and Cornell's story is just completely different altogether. But this is one of the levels that was completely reworked. Like, it's 100% different in this version. You still fight against this guy, the Paranthropus. You still fight him at the beginning. But the rest of the level just goes completely off the rails compared to the Legacy of Darkness version. So as you can see, Reinhardt is just completely terrible. His whip has no range. It doesn't do much damage. You have to nearly manually aim. I mean, he's just bonkers compared to Carrie. They were really trying to go for, like, if you've ever played Rondo of Blood, like the difference between Richter and Maria, that's what they were trying to go for. But unfortunately, Reinhardt just didn't get enough advantages of his own to make him equally enjoyable. There we go. But like the text is a lot prettier in this version. Like if you go and look at the text in Legacy of Darkness, it's not near as pretty as it is in this game. This game just looks a lot sharper overall. I won't call Carrie easy mode because she still has to do difficult levels like Castle Center, and she has some really tough platforming in Tower of Sorcery, which we won't get to see as Reinhardt. But her damage output is just through the roof compared to Reinhardt, and she can literally run away from enemies and throw projectiles at them, and it tracks. And sometimes in this version it can hit 2 or 3 times in one attack because it's bugged and it doesn't work right. So she's just stupid strong. Reinhardt is not unplayable by any means. He's just, once you played as Carrie, it's hard to go back. This version also has some silly glitches, which they fixed in a few places. I wish we could have done Carrie. Maybe we'll do Carrie after this. She has a glitch during a cutscene where her head looks in the wrong direction. So like she's supposed to look at somebody in front of her, but she like turns her neck 90 degrees and looks in the wrong direction. Oh, he got me. Like, Carrie can pretty much one-shot that guy if she tries hard enough. The blue skeletons pretty much exist to lag the game out. That's the whole point of those. There's a nice little skip you can do right here. Because for some reason in this game, when you slide down a slope, it resets the variable that tells the game whether you can jump or not. So if you jump onto that slope right there and fall, you can jump midair and land on the platform down there. But because we're playing through the game normally, we're going to skip that. But it does take a good maybe 5 or 10 minutes off this level. We're going to go ahead and save because we got some difficult platforming coming up. This version is not as optimized as Legacy of Darkness, and I think it's probably just because of the better graphics. It gets better once you get past this stage. What they intend you to do here is use this platform, and then you're supposed to go down there and hop across the river, but we're just going to go fast. And we're not going to do that because the platforming to do that is really dangerous. So we're just going to do this and subvert Konami Computer Entertainment Kobe's desires there. Another thing that's changed from this version to Legacy of Darkness is ledge grabbing. So when you climb up on a ledge in Legacy, you press the direction that the character is facing to pull up, but in this version you just always push forward regardless of the direction you're facing. So you do have to remember that, or otherwise you'll fall off and die. And I've heard arguments for both about which is better. But that's the big mechanical difference, is the way you climb up from ledges. Look at this tool. Let's sit there and throw bones at us. There's also a little bit of Mario 64 in here. Like, sometimes you won't be able to get the camera to do what you want, so you go into first person mode and look forward, and that will put the camera behind you. One of the biggest complaints is people that trash talk this game is the camera. It is a different beast. It's definitely an early 3D adventure camera problem, but once you figure out how to master moving it, it's no big deal. This is another part. They probably shouldn't have put this in the first level because the wonky jump physics can make this part kind of difficult. The dog snuck up on me. She's back here sniffing around. I thought somebody was trying to come up and murder me. Let's see. Yeah, like, see this angle, if you have bad depth perception like me, it's kind of hard to judge. And they also move these platforms. You do similar stuff in Legacy as far as jumping up from the bottom of a river like this, but they change the platform so that you just jump straight up and grab it. You don't have to, like, jump and then move a little bit forward. It makes it much easier to do. That's a tough question. I just killed myself reading. That's all right. It depends really on what you want, I think. I do think it's worth playing this version just because the quality is so much better, but it is very limited in terms of content. Like, Cornell's Quest is definitely the focus of Legacy of Darkness, he gets all the good stuff and the new cutscenes and new mechanics and all that. So I would say if you just want to experience Castlevania 64 and be done with it, yeah, start out with Legacy and just beat the game with all 4 characters and call it a day. But if you enjoy it and you want to see a better version of Reinhardt and Carrie's quest, then yeah, go back and play this one. The levels are different enough, I think, in my opinion, to merit going back. You could almost call it like a lost levels type thing because the levels are different. Similar but different. Tower of Execution, which we'll do later, is 100% changed. I mean, it's not even recognizable in this version and the old version. Oh, you jerk. Get out of here. Ugh. But don't let the like the game grumps and the other people that play this game and just, oh, this game's trash. Don't let them scare you off. There's a lot of fun to be had with this game if you take the time to figure out the camera. Once you can do that, you're golden. But if you play this and the camera just gives you too much trouble, yeah, go to Legacy because the camera's a lot better than that. There we go. Okay. Admiral, you would probably enjoy this version more because there's a lot of beta and unused content in this one. I know how you are about unused characters. There's actually 2 unused characters in this. I haven't been able to find a way to actually play them, but you can get their names to show up in the pause menu. So I know how you like that kind of stuff. Goodness. Like this enemy, for example, this uses Cornell's old wolf model. Before they took him out of the game, that was his werewolf model, and they reused it for that enemy. But they just gave him a new model in Legacy of Darkness. This stage is kind of boring. It's just a lot of backtracking. We'll get to the fun part of the game here soon. There's a lot of backtracking in this first level. That's why you do that skip I told you about earlier. It just takes you directly to the end of the level and you're done. But instead we get to do this fun stuff here. There a candle? Yeah. In Legacy, you can just completely skip the Forest of Silence altogether. There's a developer-intended shortcut that just takes you directly to the end of it, so you don't have to even do it. I don't think the developers even like this level that much. Okay, we're at the end. There they are, boys. Skeletons on motorcycles. It's what you all came for. Ouch. Reinhardt also has different whips in Legacy of Darkness. Like in this one, his whip just gets, like you see that kind of red, I don't know what you'd call it, that kind of red trail effect on it. That just gets stronger as his whip gets stronger in the vanilla version. But it actually changes forms like the old games in Legacy. Opens his mouth. There it is. Yeah, there's just something about a skeleton riding a motorcycle. I don't know what it is. Hold on a second, I'm getting a phone call. I'm back. Somebody's coming over to drop off some Christmas ornaments apparently, so I'll have to run and do that in just a second, but that'll only take a few minutes. In the meantime, Castle Wall. So this stage got completely remixed for Cornell's quest. Unfortunately, they didn't really make it any better. They just kind of made it longer. And it's also harder in this version for Reinhardt and Carrie. Just had to do a little extra bit of platforming. And there's more Medusa heads, which are a series staple. No. So Reinhardt can actually exploit these guys if you wedge yourself just right. Whee! There we go. Fortunately, we don't really need much of this stuff, and I don't want to accidentally pick up that knife. I don't think gears work like that, but okay. Gimme them jewels. Reinhardt has to take a moment to steal all of Dracula's family jewels here. There's actually a whip power up over here, and there's a holy water up there on the platform if you need and or want it. We're just going to stick with the cross for the time being. And we really need to make it to the top of the left tower before sunrise, or otherwise we're going to have to sit and wait. So the left tower, the right tower just kind of prepares you for this one, and then the real challenge starts when you get to this one. That's a trap. Don't fall for that. Yes, there is. So during the day, you're stronger, and at night, enemies are stronger. And also, if you take too many days to beat the game, I think it's like 2 weeks plus 2 days. I think it's like 16 in-game days to finish the game, you get the bad ending. Because there's a certain character who will beat you to the castle keep, and he's an idiot, so he becomes a vampire, and he's not able to... You'll see, but he helps you get the true ending, despite his stupidity. And there are certain doors that can only be opened at certain times of day. Like this is a nighttime door, because there's a cutscene with Dracula in it, and so they didn't want that cutscene to play during the day, so... Here's another scene that's not voice acted in the in Legacy of Darkness. It definitely is misunderstood, and it was incomplete. Like they didn't, even with Legacy of Darkness, they didn't put everything in this game that they wanted to, I think. It was supposed to be closer to like a combination of Castlevania and Resident Evil, as far as you would explore levels, and like the whole vampirism thing was, if you got turned into a vampire, you were supposed to get stronger at nighttime. But if you get turned into a vampire, it's just like a bad status effect that kills you after, I think, 24 hours. If you don't cure it within 24 in-game hours, it kills you, and you get a game over. Whereas in the final game, you could get turned into a vampire and just stay that way. I mean, the beta version of the game. There's a big preview in GamePro magazine that talked about this and other features. Vincenzo Retano says malice, and then he laughs. Yeah. How about that malice guy? Too bad Reinhardt's such a dink, as Music Box would say. He's a dink. He doesn't know what's going on. Well, so much for me getting that holy water there. It's alright, I don't need it. Don't need that holy water. Hope we can find a moon card or something, because we have another time-based event that we need to do, but we're going to miss. We'll just have to live with it. Yeah, once we get to this next level, you'll definitely get a Resident Evil vibe, because there's lots of going around, finding the right key, being at the right place, the right time, that kind of stuff. You can definitely tell the same team that made the models for Winback Covert Operations made the models for this game, because they're very similar with the way they move and the way they look. There we go. And we got our cross back. I think I'm about to get a package, so I'm going to have to go downstairs and get that, but I will return in momentarily. That's what I get for streaming during the day. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. One moment. We're back. Sorry about that. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, we were at the villa. I should have left the game running while I was gone because there's a cutscene we need to get to 2 in the morning to get to. But we're a long ways away from that. But it's okay, we'll get there. Speedrunners, there's a boss battle that's about to happen. Speedrunners can actually run up the staircase and avoid it, but we're just going to do the boss battle. This is another thing Reinhardt has trouble with. You don't want to get too close to these guys because they'll grab you and bite you. But Reinhardt has to get really close because his whip's tracking is kind of iffy in this version. And you'll see why I'm doing this in a second. You get lots of goodies if you break this chandelier here. I said we've got plenty of time to kill, so we're just going to go over here and get all these extra goodies. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. This is the room. I wish we could have made different time because at 3 a.m. there's a cutscene in this room we need to watch to progress in the game. If we can find a moon card, we can speed things up a little bit, but I don't know that we're going to be able to find one in this level. Actually, we can get a moon card. Hold on. Watch this charming cutscene here. There's not a single cutscene in this game involving Renan where the player character speaks. Not a single one. Across 3 characters that run into this guy, does a single one of them say a word to him. Except in the cutscene where you have to fight him. I think there's dialogue there. I've fought Renan maybe one time in 20 years. I like how all the character models slowly rock back and forth during cutscenes. Them N64 breathing physics. So just go ahead and buy a moon card, so I will actually get to see Ren in this playthrough. Usually I never use him, but now we won't have to wait quite as long for that cutscene. We're still going to have to wait a decent amount of time, but that's okay. This leads to the Rose Garden. We can't go here yet. We have to go to the archives. So we'll just use this time to do a little bit of optional content here. We'll get this purifying out of this painting. We'll get this chicken out of this tiger. Ouch. We'll get bit in the leg by a ghost. Pick up the key hidden in this urn. So like the first 3 or 4 times I played through this game, I had no idea how to get in this storeroom until one day I just randomly found that key in that urn. And so there's a cutscene in there, but we don't want to trigger it yet, because if we do, the character we need to talk to will actually be asleep when we do the other cutscene in the Rose Garden in the morning. So we're going to go ahead and take care of this fight. That's the exact same dialogue Carrie has right here. They couldn't even bother to write unique dialogue for the 2 separate characters. Blech! Do a barrel roll. See how it's nighttime, so this guy's going to take more hits to kill. Just as a quick aside while we're waiting on that cutscene, I've always wondered if these... So when they were making this game, they went to an actual French villa, and you can go read about this on the Castlevania wiki. They went to an actual villa to get inspiration. The front of this place actually matches a real-life villa, like the front of the building. And I always wonder these pictures, if these were like clip art that they took from somewhere and digitized, or if those are like historical photos or what. That nice Marie Antoinette looking photo there. And so now you just wait here for an hour or two. In-game time, not real time. We'll speed things up a little bit for you guys' sake. So it was 3 o'clock, not 2 o'clock. This cutscene plays. You just have to be in this room at 3 a.m. for this to play. Yeah, they do. I do think they are real paintings that were digitalized. I just wonder what the source was. It's kind of like how in and you know, Konami's done this before, right? Because in was it Silent Hill? They captured like the school from Kindergarten Cop. If you've never seen that, go look it up. But the school in Silent Hill is based off the one in Kindergarten Cop. Next time we get a long cutscene, I'll try to look up and see Villa. Let's see. I'm trying to find what the villa was based off of. I can't find it right now, but it was, oh, here we go. It's Wikipedia, not the Castlevania wiki. Oh gosh, I'm going to butcher this. The architecture in the game is inspired by French castles. The villa exterior is based on the facade of the Château des Azay le Rideau in France's Loire Valley. I'll post a Wikipedia link in the chat so you guys can check that out. My wife could probably pronounce it. She speaks a little French, but I don't speak any French, so that one's going to be kind of tough for me. Okay, now that we have talked to Rosa in the garden, we can talk to Charlie Vincent here, and he will give us the key we need to get the key to the Rose Garden, which we need to ultimately beat the level. This buffoon is Charlie Vincent, the mightiest of vampire hunters. Now keep in mind, this guy got here before you, so somehow, even though he had that big trench coat and the bag and the giant wooden cross on his back, he somehow was able to do all the platforming in the Forest of Silence better than you could. So you talk to him again after having done the cutscene in the Rose Garden, and he gives you the key to the archives. Gosh, Reinhardt's whip's aim is so bad in this version. You'll notice that this table respawned here. If you already have the key to the archives, every time you go in that room, you'll never see that table because it doesn't respawn unless you leave the area and come back. Also, look at the fire on the candles here. It's just literally like a circle texture that's red. It's not even a real fire. If we ever get to 1,000 subs, I'm really dreading that sword only run. I need to do some experimentation in this run. I don't know if I will do that in this version or Legacy of Darkness. It may have to be in this one because I don't know if you can hit the Hydra at the beginning of the game with Reinhardt's sword. Where you at, Vincenzo? Here's Malice. Here's your favorite. Here's your boy. Now, Admiral, you're a cultured individual. You know what malice means in Latin, don't you? Malus, I believe, is the Latin pronunciation. They burned his mother and father and kidnapped his house. And see, I believe that part of the story is actually true. I do wonder if Malice knows what he is at this point yet, or if he only finds out later. Mr. Bad Guy, yeah. Whoops, wrong turn. My bad. I don't know why I always want to turn there. So yeah, the Chainsaw Gardener there, that was, he uses the model of the old 4th playable character that got cut. It's going to be Collar. Oh gosh, oh gosh. Oh no. I think he killed us. Yeah, he killed us. So in Legacy, Reinhardt's sword or whip can actually hit those guys. In this one, you have to use the sword. Oh, we're all the way back here. It's alright. We'll skip the cutscenes this time. You'll never even know what hit you. Yes, I am playing this on an emulator. Yes, I own the original cartridge. That's why I'm able to speed up right here. I own a copy of this, and I own a copy of Legacy of Darkness. It's one of the first N64 games I bought after I got married and got a job and was able to spend money on silly things like 20-year-old Castlevania games. Mr. Bad Guy, that's still funny. Ow. Everything also seems to knock you down in this version. I didn't realize how easy it was to just get knocked over. Yep, sorry about the death, folks. We're almost back to where we were. Sub-weapons aren't as powerful in this version, so red jewels don't go as far either. We're going to go ahead and use some chicken here to get our health back. So if we get hit with a chainsaw, it won't kill us this time. The speed of the game is going to pick up a little bit after this level because it's just going to be a lot of platforming for one level, and then we'll have another kind of walk and talk level, and then after that it'll be just wide open until the end of the game. You guys have already seen that cutscene. We're going so fast, we actually caught up to Malice. I'm gonna beat you, Malice. It's alright because I'm saved by the cutscene. Now you're a man! You can use moon jump to go over that door, by the way. The map just literally drops off and you'll fall to your death. But yes, I have wondered what was behind it, and yes, I did moon jump over it, so... You can go back through the garden, but it's kind of confusing. So the way I remember what way to go is to just walk back through the mansion one last time. Get one last look at this Castlevania Konami architecture here. Mr. Bad Guy. Still laughing about that. Oh, come on, really? Alright, we've seen the last of Chainsaw Frank and his two dogs, thankfully. And we've still got daylight left, so it should make this next boss battle pretty easy. But it's Castlevania 64, so we're going to save just to be safe. We'll see about that, Star Wolf. And this is why Reinhardt is terrible in this version. Because it's going to be very hard to hit him with the whip. The whip just sucks. Oh! Especially the level 1 whip, which we're currently dealing with. Okay, maybe that sword run won't be so bad after all. That face. It's important to get hit by every single bat when you do this fight to establish dominance. For being a vampire for all of, I don't know, 30 minutes, she's got a pretty good grasp on how to use her powers. I'll give her that. Who is speaking here? Alright, so this is the first Reinhardt exclusive level. Tunnel. Unfortunately, it's probably the most annoying. It also does not have a boss in the vanilla 64 version like it does in Legacy, which is good because that boss kind of sucks. This version, you just go straight to the exit and that's it. Monster Girl fans, this is your lucky day. And we've been poisoned. That's really bad, actually. But we'll have to make do with it. Hopefully we can get a cure ampule drop somewhere in the level. We'll even save while poisoned. That's how confident we are. Please don't remind me about the fact that Blighttown is an actual thing that exists. Poison in this game isn't so bad. It's more annoying than it is anything. Especially with the high amount of healing items the game throws at you. Now if you're on hard mode, yeah, it can be very dangerous, but I think we'll be alright. Alright, unfortunately we do have to do this section. There we go. They fixed that in Legacy of Darkness. Usually only one or two of those will spawn at a time in Legacy, but yeah, this stage the enemy spawn point is kind of screwed up. It never checks really to see how many you've killed. So it'll just keep throwing those little spiders at you. Fortunately, they're not just too terrible to deal with. Now we wait. I think that poison damage is actually getting to be worse. That's great. I didn't know it would do that. Oh, we do have a cure ampule. Duh. Okay, we'll use it. I don't remember picking it up, but we have one, so that's good. It's going to be in quite a pickle if I didn't, because we're going to have to sit and wait at this train station here for just a second. So basically you get to platform 9 3/4 here, and you have to wait until the blue gondola comes. Hey, Dungeon Wall Chicken, welcome back. I'm glad you made it to the bonus stream. Between the end of this stream and tonight, I gotta work on my... Dang it. Get up, Reinhardt. Get up, Reinhardt. Okay. I gotta work on my controller. It's moving on its own. I don't know if it's a joystick calibration issue or if I've got some sort of physical issue with it. No, it's definitely not possessed. It's just screwed up. It's I'm using an old PlayStation 2 adapter with to USB adapter to play it. So I wish I had a converter that could convert my, because I've got a Brawler 64 for when I play on console, and that would be really nice. I need to get to see if there's a USB converter for that. I'm sure there is. So if you had stayed on the red gondola, it wouldn't take the right here, which leads to the exit. It would just keep looping back around. There's a signpost earlier in the level that tells you to take the blue gondola, but if you didn't read it, you would have no idea what you were doing wrong there. Just a reminder, everybody, this is a bonus stream. I'll be doing my usual 9 p.m. stream tonight, where we'll be playing through Cornell's quest in Legacy of Darkness. You don't want to miss that, especially if you've never seen Cornell, which I'm sure most of you guys have, but we're going to have a good time with it. So, yeah, I know, and it's sometimes I have to stop and kind of play this game from the viewpoint of somebody that hasn't played it as many times as I have, because it's hard sometimes to be like, well, how could anybody have trouble with that, you know? But then you step back and you look at it and you're like, oh, well, yeah, that is kind of confusing, shall we say, or not clear. So we're right on time. This door only opens in sunlight. This is the level exit, so we're right perfect on time. Yeah, you should do a run to this game, Admiral. I would recommend going with Carrie first. You'll probably have a better time. Just pick up Carrie, or heck, do Legacy of Darkness and start as Cornell, because Cornell, he's definitely the strongest because of his wolf mode. So you can just cheese a lot of the harder bosses with the wolf mode, and then you can unlock Henry, and you can use him to unlock Reinhardt and Carrie. Oh, you can do it. I mean, it's not hard. The only advice I would give you, Admiral, is if you play this, if you go with 64 instead of Legacy of Darkness, make sure you play on normal mode. Don't play on easy mode, because the game, the next level that we're about to do, the game ends on easy mode at that level. And so you'll have to start the entire thing over. But it's not hard. You can do it. And you can always drop questions in my Discord too if you need to, and I'll answer. Here's something interesting. There's a ladder up here in this hatch. I don't know if they did that just for decoration or if at one point you would have climbed down or up from that to enter this level. I've always wondered about that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached Castle Center. Everybody's favorite level. Yeah, what was it? Is it Killer? It's either Killer Instinct on the Super Nintendo or Killer Instinct Gold was the worst about that. Like, you would beat the game on, say, normal, and it would give you one piece of the character's ending and be like, beat the game on a harder difficulty to find out what happens next. It's like, screw you. I don't have time to do this again. I've never seen that movie, but I would not doubt it. So because Reinhardt's whip's tracking is so bad, we're going to have to farm some red jewels later because we're going to see this room 2 or 3 times throughout the course of this stage. Legacy of Darkness also puts 3 zombie enemies in this room for whatever reason, even though they're completely useless and can barely move, and they die in 1 hit. Yeah, I wish there was more hacking resources for this game, that you could do stuff like that. So there's a famous, I don't know if famous is the word, but well-known, at least used to be in the Ocarina of Time hacking and beta community. There was this very popular hacker, probably one of the foremost experts on Ocarina of Time, called Coolest Cool, and I don't think he's still around in the scene anymore as far as I know, but he used to be. And one time I had him take a look at this game just for the fun of it, just to see, you know, what he thought about the way it was programmed and all that. And he said this game is actually set up very similar, programming and like map format wise, to Ocarina of Time. So somebody with the right know-how could definitely do some fun things with this game, but Alright, let me take my finger off the jump button for the next few rooms. You would need more than a knack for computers. You would have to do some pretty deep dive into the game's files and how it worked and all that to make that work. Oh yeah, Admiral knows what's up. He knows this section. And it's not really as bad as people make it out to be. I'm probably going to die a few times in this version because the camera is a lot unfriendlier than it is in Legacy. See, like in Legacy, you can get the camera to turn correctly so that it goes straight behind you. So you just, walk straight ahead. But the camera is going to screw all around right here, so. Those steel platforms, I think, fall a little faster in this version, too. The fire lizard there will actually usually not hit you as long as you are careful, even though it looks like it will. And once you do that part, you've got it. It's very easy once you do that part. And that, unfortunately, is where it's really going to test your knowledge of this game's camera, is that part. This part is just about patience. And there's actually a speedrunner trick you can do to skip this cog walk, because there's somewhere you can stand where it screws with the collision detection and it'll pop you up onto the next level, but I don't know how to do that trick, so we're not going to do it. One of these days I'm going to sit down and play the original Crash Bandicoot. That's one series I have never played. I had a buddy that played it, so during the summers I would go to work with my parents because they owned their own business at that point. And there was a beauty shop next door, and I would play with their son, and he had a PlayStation. I had an N64, he had a PlayStation. And I remember when he rented Crash Bandicoot, watching him play it, but I never got to play it. Of course, I had Mario 64 at that point, so I was like, what's the big deal? But, unfortunately, the game is kind enough to despawn the vampires in this room while you have magical nitro on your person. It will not, however, unspawn the motorcycle skeletons here. So what you want to do is... Okay. All right. You got me. Oh yeah, you get past this part, it's easy, I said. Yeah, well. That's another thing they fixed in Legacy of Darkness. So when you exit that room, there's still motorcycle skeletons, but it's a sidecar skeleton, funnily enough. And they move much slower, and they'll actually get hung up on that column there, so you don't have to worry about that happening. It's funny. It's part of this game. You just kind of have to live with it. Swag slide. Yeah, you're right. We may have to swag slide. If you really want to swag, you can take the shortcut there, but there's no way I'm doing it on this wonky controller. At least the camera was nice enough to cooperate there and turn behind us. There we go. See, this game is literally Resident Evil, because Resident Evil Remake has a nitroglycerin section in it toward the end. The hitbox on this cog is very screwy, so you don't even want to touch it because it's liable to blow you up even though it normally wouldn't damage you. There we go. That last skeleton on motorcycle is essentially a giant middle finger to people who make it through all that, and then there's just one middle finger there waiting on you. All right, you think we should swag slide? I think you can swag slide without dying in this. Let's see. Oh yeah, baby. Alright, since we've done that, the rest of this level is easy. Like, the developer intended way is to do this part later, but there's nothing stopping you from doing it right now, so I always do it right now. Yes. Yeah, you see? Swag slide works every time. 100% of the time, it works 100% of the time. Look at him, he's waiting on me. Not this time, Bone Boy. Yeah, I mean, well, it worked. Can't knock it till you try it, baby. Yeah, that's what I was referencing, that old gag. 70% of the time, it works every time. Alright, here's the dumbest room in the entire game. It was made, obviously, to just pad the playtime out. But because the developers didn't know how to 3D correctly, you can walk into this corner right here. Hold on, let me kill this guy. And just go through here. Normally you would have to fight like 5 or 6 lizards in that room, but the collision for that room overlaps with the corner of the room that's on the other side. So if you stand in that corner, the game thinks you're in the other room, and it unloads all the lizards that aren't in the corner with you. And so you can just leave. The door unlocks. It's the Red Jewel farm room. Like, what is his whip even doing? Come on. I was beginning to think those guys weren't going to die, and it was glitched. There we go. Oh, good. We got our power up back. That's going to help a lot. Look at that swag slide. Yeah, I lost it when I blew myself up on the motorbone boy earlier. Daggum motorbone boys. That blows, yeah, it does. After playing this version again, Admiral, to answer your question earlier, I think I would definitely recommend people to start with Legacy. This version is just a little, I won't really call it unforgiving, but it's unforgiving enough to be annoying if you're not used to the controls and the camera. So I think it would be good to start with Legacy, and if you really enjoy it, come back and play this one and see what the other levels and the little bit higher graphical fidelity is all about. Mr. Evil? Yeah, the graphics in this version are slightly better than in Legacy of Darkness. Like if you look at some of the textures in the earlier levels, they're a little bit higher quality than the ones in this version. They had to scale back the textures and things to fit the other characters and things in. That wall, that little metal bar window on the side there, speedrunners can actually jump through that to skip part of this level. Because the collision is kind of screwy. I don't think Reinhardt could do it, but I know Carrie can. Oh, swag slide failed us that time. Instead of swag slide, you have to YOLO jump to get past that part. Whoop. Yeah, these guys have a ton of health at night. Come on. Carrie just makes very short work of these guys. She doesn't even care, but Reinhardt, you kind of have to play their game a little bit. Go ahead and pick up some more red jewels. And Reinhardt's whip, again, his whip tracking is a lot better in Legacy, so you won't have those problems on that version. We appreciate your sacrifice, Wall Chicken. I think I can run back here and despawn those guys. Let's see. Yep, I think it worked. That's another glitch they fixed in Legacy of Darkness. You can't despawn those guys in that version. Now this room. Okay, we figured the strat out, apparently. Hey, Fernaps 2, how you doing? Is that Fernadaps 2? Okay, excuse me. Konami Devil May Cry, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Oh, don't you hug me with your stinky vampire breath. There's so much flavor text in this game. Like, did you ever think to go and click on the fireplace here? Like, why? Why would you? But there's flavor text there if you do. Apparently the swag slide is just the enemy of skeletons on motorcycles. There is a cutscene in this room, but we just skip it because it's pointless to fight that. It brings up this enemy called Bloodborne that spits blood at you, but it's pointless to do that enemy if you know the solution to the puzzle. So, but it is there, just in case anybody wonders. Yeah, oh yeah, he's still got a bone to pick with me. Very cute. Get out of here, lizard man. Alright, we got our level 3 whip, so hopefully this vampire room won't take quite so long this time. I think it's the last time we'll have to go through it, so... Or maybe next to last. We'll have to come back through one more time, I think. Because why not? No need to be so rattled. Oh yeah, that's much better. Yeah, you see how quickly those guys died now that it's daytime? We do have the level 3 whip, which helps, but also they have like, I forgot how much it is. Maybe like 1/4 less health during the day or something like that. So the dumb thing is, if the magical nitro explodes from movement, why couldn't Reinhardt just set it down and then like go throw holy water at it from a distance or something? Would that not have done the same thing? And he wouldn't have had to have gone all the way down there and got the Mandragora? Why am I questioning 1998 game physics? I don't know. There is a glitch speedrunners use called Early Library, which allows you to push yourself through the wall to get into this area, but it's somewhat difficult to do unless you practice it, so I don't ever use it. Remember back when Pluto was a planet? Castlevania remembers. Let's see, 2, 4, 8. Yeah, I know, like it is to me too. Like you can't take that away from me. I know what my McGraw-Hill textbook told me in like the 3rd grade. You can't take that away. Who do you think you are? So the seal is gone. Arf, arf. Let's go back down there and blow that wall up. Essentially, this whole level is blowing up a wall so you can blow up another wall. That's the whole point of this level. Kind of like in the villa level, the whole point of the level is to talk to Rosa, to talk to Vincent, to get a key that you need to get a key to exit the level. No. Stupid vampires. Back, Edward Cullen, back. Alright, this is the last time we'll visit this room, so I'll stop to get the jewels here. Get all of Drax's family jewels. So keep in mind that we're at Castle Center. There's about 4-ish levels left, and we have 9,900 gold. To fight Renan, you would need to get 20k by the last level. So I just don't know how you were ever supposed to get that without just like farming enemies for money. Why the surprise face? Whee! Oh yeah. The bad thing is I think I already made that joke once in the stream before, so there's that. I think the reason why this game uses jewels instead of hearts is probably because they thought the hearts would look kind of silly in 3D. And they knew that Bloodlines had at this point used jewels, so they just went with that. No. Oh, no, 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 no. That was very, very dangerous. It's a motorbone boy waiting on me. But it's okay, because we got swag slide. Yeah, hearts just would have looked weird if they put them. There were some early screenshots where they were considering a magic meter. Like if you look at the really old screenshots of this game when it was in development, there's a screenshot of Reinhardt in that Mandragora chamber, and he has a magic meter under his health bar. So I think at one point they were going to do a magic meter, kind of like Symphony of the Night, but they ended up going with just a like ammo based, like the old games. Yeah, I have seen that. It's the same screenshot with a stake in it. I actually got an email from somebody not too long ago who said that they had found the graphics for that stake subweapon still stored in the game, but they couldn't find a way to make it usable. I dumped all the textures and I couldn't find it, so they may have known something I didn't. Yeah, there's quite a few unused things stored in the game's data. There's an item called Potpourri, which would have been used to cure the unused stone status. There is an engagement ring, which says it gives Carrie a 10% stat bonus. There is you can actually get the contract, Renan's contract. You can get it to show up in the pause menu, and it's complete with a description about a point system that went unused. You can get the power-up to show up in the menu. And then there's another completely unused item called Incandescent Gaze that the description just says highlights player's focus for a period of time. There's no clue what that would have been used for. Oh yeah, if it's got Castlevania in it, I'm into it. The only Castlevania game I haven't played is the one they released in the arcade only a few years ago. Well, it's been several years. I think it was like 2007. But yeah, that's the only one I haven't played. With the exception of the pachinko games, but I mean, who has played those? Swag slide didn't work. Oh gosh, oh gosh. Woo! We're in a safety heal here. Because if we get hit with that charge attack, it probably would kill us. Like we just did, see? This is another fight Carrie has a much easier time with. And that's pretty much it. You know, I thought it might be, if I played it, I was probably going to pick the Lady Gunner, just because I figured it would have been more like a traditional FPS as opposed to that awful... I don't know if you ever saw that samurai game where you had to hold what was essentially a magic wand and then swing it to slash on the screen, but it never worked right. It was very finicky. It was like a first generation Wii game. He should have known something was up when she magically turned up with a sword. What? It's him, a character I've never seen before. So the efficient way to handle this fight, ow, is to just come over here. Reinhardt's whip is a little bit longer in Legacy, so it's even easier to do this. Oh, come on, Rosa. There we go. I didn't mean to beat you to a pulp from the staircase. No, it was the curse of Sears. Tell my parents, whom you've never met. Can I get an address or something, Rosa? Frumpy death. Yeah, Reinhardt's like, you got a sister? Anyway, that does it for the best level in the game. Once you finish Castle Center, you're really into the end game. It's pretty much just some platforming from here on out. Get this 100 gold, which I'm sure we will not need. Yeah, if you're playing on easy mode, the game gives you a gigantic middle finger right here and ends. But unfortunately for us, we're not playing on easy mode, so we get to continue. So just a little fun fact, that bridge there, that's the bridge. If you were playing as Carrie, that bridge would be okay and you could go across it. But the exit data is still active in that passageway over there in Castlevania 64. If you're playing Legacy, it's not. Even if you manage to get over there, it won't take you to the next level. It won't take you to Carrie's level. Make sure you hit every Medusa head on the way across. Full health. Dual Tower is a gigantic pain in 64 because there are like no save points. So again, everybody thank Admiral for requesting Reinhardt. This is his fault. That enemy also has different voice clips in Legacy. They changed his voice in this version. What? Oh yeah, I reloaded my save, but I still got to lose my health power up. Yeah, I hate this game. You know, I'm gonna play Fortnite like all the other popular streamers. Forget this. I know what happened, it just looked stupid because I couldn't see the ledge and it fell on me. Okay, ooh, 2 power-ups. The reason I was even coming back over here is because there's no save gem. So unless we want to do that fight again, if we die, it's good to come out here and save. And you get full health when you go between levels, so there's really no reason not to, unless you're speedrunning. Yep, you can just go back in there. No problems. And see, this level is a little different. In Legacy, there's a platform on this side, and you just go straight across. On this one, you have to climb up here and jump across. It's a little bit different. You get this lovely boss encounter here. And this is just the werewolf enemy from the first level again. Ow. Ow. Beat it, chump. Whee! I want to say you can go down there and get a special jewel or something. We're not going to bother. Oh no, oh no, get back up, okay. Ow. Ouch. Swag slide. It's a duel to the death. There's like a maybe 1 in 10 chance the character will just decide not to grab the ledge. That happens sometimes, so thus far we've been extremely lucky with those. But just know that that chance is out there, just lurking in the corner. There's no good time to get up right here. Let's come over here to this ledge. There we go. Swag. Nope. Rejected. Come on, Reinhardt. Are you a vampire killer or a member of the Three Stooges? Come on. There we go. Tiger Man, the most worthless enemy in the game. Ouch. All right. Whoa. Almost got. We were almost a Reinhardt sandwich right there. If it's called the Dueling Tower, do you think Dracula sparred here? Yes, he had his own Rocky montage and everything. So the long-standing theory that I've heard and I agree with is that Duel Tower was originally supposed to be Cornell's level, because if you watch the old footage of him in pre-release trailers, he used martial arts. He didn't use the power wave he has in Legacy. He fought hand-to-hand. And so this level would have originally been his level, and you would have had to duel enemies like hand-to-hand. This level would have been Reinhardt's for sure, because it has unused whip swing points in it. There's pre-release footage of Reinhardt swinging across lava pits, and it was most likely going to be in this level, and I'll point those out to you when we get there. This level also runs at about 3 frames per second, so just bear with me here. This is probably why they completely retooled this level for the Legacy versions, because it just runs like garbage. I mean, it's terrible. Yeah, so if you guys, well, they're not yet. We'll get to them in a minute. Look at this Medusa head coming all the way from Kansas over here to kill me. Get out of here, Medusa head. Oh, if you think this is Blighttown, wait till you see Tower of Sorcery. As the Bachman Turner Overdrive would say, you just ain't seen nothing yet. Okay, if you look up there, there's one of them. See that little wood platform over there that's got a hook hanging down from it? That's an old whip swing point. They probably realized this game was a mess mechanically, and so they said, forget whip swinging, we'll just make it a platforming section. But it is there. Oh no. Whew. Okay. Get up there, Reinhardt. There we go. Yeah, see, there's another one of them. My guess is originally that platform wouldn't have been there, and you would have had to have whip swung across that. Every time you see one of these, it's in a gap with moving platforms. So I think when they couldn't get that to work, they just added platforms to jump across. But I have no doubt that's what that's for. And I think there's actually an invisible ledge right here. We'll cheat very quickly and see. Yep, it is. I think that's Reinhardt's second costume, if I remember correctly. There we go. Yeah, Z-targeting was probably outside Konami Computer Entertainment Kobe's abilities at that point in time, shall we say, but they definitely could have done a lock-on. Legacy of Darkness actually has a lock-on function, just nobody knows it exists, but it is there. Alright, I gotta remember which way you go here. I think it's through here. I could be wrong. Oh yeah, this is just like some bonus stuff over here. All of that for a chicken. Oh yeah, it is the goofy looking Simon skin, yeah. That's the one. Next thing you know, frame rate got slow. Nice. That's actually one of the few blood skeletons in this game. You cannot kill that skeleton. He will just keep coming back to life. To throw bones at you and annoy you. Wonder if I could push him off that ledge eventually. No, I guess not. Oh, there's some big shots in the chat. Hey Ty, how you doing? Good to have you here, man. Mr. World Record himself. And Yungi, hello to you as well, Rungi. That field when only 2 red jewels and there's a axe and a bone dragon shooting stuff at you. Yeah, I know. I always have to do them at night because of work, and I'm finally getting to stream during the day because of the holidays. I'm off work, so. Oh, you... This is bad. Come on. Oh, you... Stop. Thank you. I like how he just sits down like, ooh, I'm tired. I need to rest. Oh, sorry, Ty. Somebody already made that joke earlier in the stream. I had to... 5 points from Gryffindor. Shouldn't have made that joke. Now see, the axe would actually be good for this fight, but I don't have any jewels. And the game's not going to give me any, so we get to do this with the whip. So Ty, while you're here, let me ask you, do you know if anybody has ever attempted to do a run of this using only the side weapon? I think I'm going to attempt once I get to 1,000 subs. I didn't know if somebody had already tried to do it or not. Wretched cur. Checking like 100 different text messages. Everybody's like, oh, Terenzu's playing Castlevania. Time to send him text about stuff. Rosa's hair is actually so fine that it doesn't drape around Reinhardt's hand. His hand just goes straight through it, like straight through it. And I think he may actually have his hand through the back of her head as well. Yeah, I've been testing it a little in this run to see if it would be possible to do one just using Reinhardt's sword and maybe sub-weapons, because the sword would just take forever. But the sub-weapons are, you know, you only get 99 jewels, so I would really have to kind of manage my sub-weapons. And maybe even the time of day to make the fights a little more bearable. So we'll see. Alright, so this fight is an appalling dung heap overflowing with the most deplorable sorts of rubbish imaginable in this version, because Reinhardt's whip can't track very well at all. And Death throws scythes too that, you know, they can hit the scythe, but they couldn't make it so you lock onto the boss. So thanks for that, Konami. And also the camera goes all over the place. So there's that. Come on. And it's nighttime, so he has more health. As a testament to how well this game is programmed, it is just frozen during the course of normal gameplay. It's alright, that just means we get to do it again with an even weaker whip than we had. That's great. Thank you, KCBE. Appreciate that. Room of wall clock. The fish never got me as a kid. Usually when until I got grown, I didn't own this game. I just rented it. And the one that would always get me would be the cutscene before the final boss. For some reason, during that fade out, the game would always crash to a black screen. I don't know why. Oh yeah, so we get weakest whip and no sub-weapons. This is great. And at night. Do we have a sun card? We do have sun card. We'll use one. That won't get us the bad ending. We'll use one. We'll skip this. You guys have seen it. Ow. Crap. I had one axe and I wasted it. Okay, great. That stupid fish. It's so dumb. Whoa. Took a lot of damage there. I don't even know if you'd be able to hit death with Reinhardt's sub-weapon. Yeah, he really knows how to wrangle them, that's for sure. Oh, thank goodness. Scum of a Belmont. Is that like being scum of the earth if you're scum of a Belmont? Is that scum of my gun? I'm gonna send you to the Shadow Realm. That cutscene is a little anticlimactic because he just kind of looks up and then it ends. But anyway. Yeah, you think that's a common insult? Just call somebody a Belmont, you get canceled. Whee! Now we get to do the 64 version of Clock Tower, which is the superior version in my opinion because it's shorter. I really do not like this level. It's just a lot of awkward camera angles and bad platforming. He's worse than a vampire hunter, and forgive me for saying this, he's a Belmont. I don't remember if you had to get a key in this version of the level or not, but that's going to be it in that candle right there. So we'll probably hop back down here. I didn't mean to hop back down quite that far, but okay. Get up, get up, get up. Yeah, it's kind of like they realized, like, towards the second half, it's like, oh, we need to have more Castlevania stuff in this game. And so they... How about a clock tower? That's Castlevania, right? I wouldn't say this stage is hard. It's just kind of annoying. If the jumping in the camera were a little bit better, it would be nothing, but it's just kind of annoying. And it's very, very short in this version. It's not long at all. Oh, I was looking at the chat and died. Since we've made Belmont into a insult now. And when people talk about this level being annoying, this is one of the examples that they're talking about. Just because that guy's down there going full auto on me while I'm trying to... I don't need the money bag, I need red jewels, so we're not going to risk that. Fortunately, the ones over here just have 1 health, so... There we go. Woo. That room is a lot better in Legacy. The controls work a lot better in that room. Yeah, that's why Reinhardt carries this thing to spread butter with, not even to use as a weapon. Oh, thanks for the 1,000 gold here, guys. That really helps. Now this room they just cut entirely out of Legacy of Darkness. It's not in there because they realized how trash it was. Whoop. It's alright, I think there may be a power up down here we can bamboozle. No, we don't want that. Six hits with a sword to kill that, so that's going to be really fun. Three, four. We're going to stick with the axe. It's a little bit more useful for the final bosses. Oh. That's it. It's Fortnite time. These cogs here, you will get killed if you get smashed between them, so you have to be careful right there. And I think that's the end of the level, yeah. This is super short in the vanilla version. Alright. Just in time for a nighttime showdown with Dracula. Naturally, so he has more health. At last, we reached the climax. We played that scene the other night. Somebody in the comments was just having a field day making jokes about that. It's kind of funny how Cornell carries out this exact same conversation with Reinhardt despite it being 7 years earlier. I need to check and see if we can hit Dracula with the short sword in this fight to make sure we can do this one as well. So Reinhardt skips up the tower. Whee! Apparently we got the good ending because there was no cutscene there. Oh good, that's good to know. What's also good to know is I just botched that jump, so she fell to my death. As the announcer from Dance Dance Revolution used to say, fantastic! Well, that's bad news for me if you can hit with the sword in all the Drac stages, because that means we'll have to figure that out. Not promising I'll finish it, just that we're going to attempt it. Because I enjoy pain, what can I say? Probably be up there with the, you know, kidney stone, gallbladder surgery, Reinhardt sword only run. All about on the same level. It's a red jewel for your trouble there. My coworker's texting me. Even on your day off, there's no escape. Merry Christmas. I think I made that joke the other night. 5 points from Gryffindor. Reinhardt couldn't even squeak out a die, monster. You don't belong in this world. Nice V on his forehead there. Anyway. Oh, yep, you can hit him with a sword, so I'm in for a treat. Really would like to farm a power up from this before we move on. Just to make my life easier. Instead, I'm getting that good suck. Get out of here. Leave me alone. This is another room that they had to do some work on the camera because it just has no clue what to do during this fight. There we go. If you can at least get to whip level 2, that's a whole lot better. Yeah, Dyson would be jealous. Oh, a roast beef. That's a high dollar item. Ooh. Ouch. I tried to hit him with the sword, missed. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Ow. Cheated a little bit there. Ty, are you still running this these days, or are you just focusing on like Shining Force and other things? Last I heard, you still had the world record for Reinhardt, I think. Ha-ah. So you thought it was the case that you had won. I'm going to have to keep an eye out for your stream then. I always enjoyed watching you play, so try to keep an eye out for it. Yeah, if you guys enjoy Castlevania and you want to see some speedrunning of Castlevania 64, which I don't do just that often these days, you should go over to Twitch and check out Ty2358, who's in the comments right now, if you want to see some high quality Castlevania speedrunning. His best boy Reinhard here. That's actually 2 cloaks, by the way. They did not program a shadow. That's just 2 cloaks. I don't know. I've been getting a lot of success streaming this, so if it keeps up, just to keep things from getting stale, I may take up speedrunning Henry again, because that was always fun. It's a nice, quick, choppy run that if you die, you don't lose too much, but you can always improve on it. And plus you get to use a gun, so there's that. So your peak time for this game is at midnight? That's unusual. Oh yeah, Henry is a shotgun blast, pun intended. He's a lot of fun. I had my time, my personal best was like 18 minutes and some odd seconds, and that was after maybe a week of practice, so I felt like that was pretty good. That was on normal mode. I think Slucky's world record is on easy mode. Keep in mind, Reinhardt has still not figured out that Malice is Dracula at this point. Even after that, he doesn't know. What evil is this? It surpasses even the foul order of Dracula. Cupid, yeah. That's a lot of ellipses. What? Not Dracula? You, the Dark Lord? Oh no! Oh no. I want to say Carrie has that same dialogue there, but I mean, she's 12 years old, so, but Reinhardt just, oh no! Seen Dracula. Yeah, Admiral, you didn't see that coming, did you? F in the chat for people who were fooled by that. Alright, this Dracula is always a pain, as Reinhardt Unless he just teleports right here the whole time. I just tank the hits because I'm too cool. Let's see, where'd he go? Yeah, this part's going to be terrible using only the sword. Got him. There we go. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't freeze. For whatever reason, I just always have bad luck that this cutscene freezes when it fades to black. The draw distance on the sky is very poor. You would think he would reach up with his right hand, but, you know, whatever. Well, Vincent figured it out before the rest of us. I don't know if this says more about him or us. All right, Admiral, you're in for a treat. The final form of Dracula. What do you think it's going to be? I think this scene takes place not too far from the Cave of Wonders. But if you said Dragon Centipede Dracula, congratulations, come on down. Hey, how's it going? So immediately we want to restore our health because this Dracula can use atomic bombs, which will kill you very quickly. Yeah, you see that? Fortunately, we could just brute force him because the game just throws healing items at you. And we'll stand back here and completely whiff on those axes. Okay. Ow. Yeah, we got one in our backyard one time growing up, and my dad had the hardest time getting rid of that thing. Nearly blew the whole house up. It was just a mess. We ended up having to call somebody. It was awful. Oh gosh, no, no. Oh my gosh. It's always that last bit of health. Here, we'll use the roast beef. Just to prove a point. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready for carry now? Thank you, thank you. Thanks, Admiral. Appreciate it. Kind of a sloppy run, but I'm used to the Legacy version. I don't play vanilla very much, so hopefully tonight's Cornell run will go a little smoother, even though I have to do trash levels like Tower of Ruin and Arc Tower. Oh yeah, you're in time for a carry now. I always wondered how Reinhardt got back to Wallachia after this this little episode here. I understand, Ty. Sleep well. I do appreciate you dropping by. If I'm awake, which I might actually be because I'm off this week, I'll try to catch your stream. Again, you guys should go check out Ty and follow him on Twitch if you like this game because he plays it a lot better than I do. So go check Ty out on Twitch. I'm just playing for fun. He's out there playing for world records. So the model of the castle collapses into the lake. Yeah, I'm not sure what they were doing there. I think that they just couldn't find a way to make that last boss battle not look silly. So they just said, we'll just teleport the player some random place. But it doesn't really make any sense because, like, if Dracula brought him there to kill him, like, why would he teleport him back? It's like a personal courtesy. Doesn't make any sense. It could be Mars. Yeah, I guess it could be Mars. Since you guys have just watched the full playthrough, when we do carry, I'll actually try that speed skip in Forest of Silence. Yeah, it could be just an illusion. I think the battle really did take place, but I don't know. It could just be some sort of illusion. I'm probably thinking too much about it, but that always has bothered me, is like, why was Reinhardt able to even escape right there? I really, really wish this cutscene had been voiced, because it would, no doubt would have been hilarious. They put the color back in Rosa's arms and her head, but they forgot to put the color back in her feet, so she still has the vampire tinged skin on her feet there. And her legs too, what little of her legs you could see. But that is a neat little detail they put in. Her skin is not gray anymore in the ending here. Like I said, they could do that, but they couldn't fix the camera, so... Yeah, I guess she could be wearing stockings, but this is Konami Computer Entertainment Kobe we're talking about, so... Yeah, you think they'd take her back to the village, just cut her legs off? They just had to kneecap her. Yeah, the ending isn't that bad. As goofy as the game is, I guess the dialogue is a little corny, but the ending and the music isn't that bad. I'll give them that. I really like Carrie's ending. I think Carrie's ending is actually memorable. I don't know if you can hear the dog barking downstairs. Obviously, she disagrees. Notice Reinhardt's not looking at the castle. He's looking slightly to the left. Say, what are you guys looking at? Thank you, Yuji Shibata. You were truly ahead of your time. We're just gonna, yeah. I guess I will. Special item 1 and 2 save. Starting the game with this file, you can select hard mode. Push the 3D stick to change Schneider's costume. Yeah, you could be looking at the sun, I guess. There's just, the characters' necks do so many weird things in this game. Yeah, I'm going to point out something very stupid in the villa that Carrie does. You guys will get a kick out of this. We're not going to do hard mode because I don't have that much time today. I'm going to skip through some of the cutscenes that are the exact same for this one.
Transylvania, in the mid-19th century, the province of Wallachia. In this time of peace and plenty, no one foresees the return of ancient horrors. But the old legends live, and
R.I.P. Scott McCullough.
will again be plunged into darkness. The people have returned to the path of wickedness, and the bonds that seal their evil ruler's spirit are weakening. Carrie Fernandez, a young girl gifted with great magical powers, sensing Dracula's return.
Thanks, Admiral. I appreciate you stopping by. You're one of the good ones, man. Enjoy your time off from uploading. If you're watching and you're one of my fighting game fans, you need to go check out Admiral. He's got some really cool content over on his YouTube channel that you'll enjoy. Ready for Carrie's one voice line?
Whatever awaits, I have no regrets.
Keep in mind she's 12. Alright, this is Carrie. She plays much different than Reinhardt. She's actually useful. She uses this orb as her main form of attack, and she can actually charge it to make it more powerful. And it also homes in on enemies. So that makes her a lot stronger, and she can fight at a distance and at range. You've seen that cutscene, it's just the skeleton standing up. Carrie uses 2 pool rings instead of a sword like Reinhardt for her melee attack. And one thing you can do is charge the orb and then hit enemies with the ring, and they'll take full damage from both. Ugh. You want to hit him right in the coccyx. There are some laggy shenanigans here, unfortunately. Fun fact, Bone Mom will actually turn and look at you for a second before running off. Looks at you, gives you the stink eye, turns around and runs off. Nice. Knife here, get your hot knife here. She actually does, yeah, she will do that in Legacy. So do you want to progress in the game? Yes or no? Hey Adam, how you doing? Yeah, this is where you can get your free PC check. Skeletons on motorcycles in my castle? It's more likely than you think. That's an old meme. Hopefully you guys recognize where that meme is from on the thumbnail there. Yes. Alright, we're going to try the speedrun strat here, just to make this playthrough a little bit more interesting than the other one. You have to get the chicken out of the faceplate before you can get the cross up here, otherwise it won't let you take it. Alright, so I'll do save state, just so we don't have to go through the loading screen and all that. So you go here. Okay, we got it, but my health was too low, so let's try that one more time. I may have to actually increase my health. Again, we're running at about 3 frames a second. Thank the N64, not me. Alright. Yep, there we go. Got it. So you can do that and skip that other gate section there. Just makes your life a little easier. Yeah, that's what I've been playing Cyberpunk on, was my N64. It runs better than on my PlayStation. Freaking Cyberpunk, man. And it's actually not a bad game. It's just not the best game, which I think some people were thinking it was going to be like to 2020 what Skyrim was. Stealing magical nitro, Dungeon Wall Chicken. That's what makes you a criminal. Ooh. Let's see, if I remember correctly, yeah, that gate's locked, but we still skipped a platforming section. We just have to go over here and hit this other switch. And you see, I wanted to play it for exactly the opposite reason. I thought it was going to be more like a Bethesda game, but it really ended up being closer to Deus Ex, honestly. It's like a mix of, like if you took all the bugs from a Bethesda game and then you mixed it with the gameplay of Deus Ex and like the setting, that's what you would get. That's literally what the game is, which is good. I mean, Deus Ex is a good game, but it's just so buggy. I played several hours into the PC version. It runs okay, other than like the weird glitches and things. Yeah, I don't know if it was quite as long as Duke Nukem Forever, but it was definitely trapped in development hell and pushback, and I don't know why. Like, CD Projekt Red is just kind of like this media darling in the gaming industry, but I mean, The Witcher 1 and 2 were kind of clunky, to be honest. I think The Witcher 1, I've never played it, but I've always heard it was pretty bad. I had The Witcher 2 on Xbox. The combat was just kind of a mess. It just played like a clunkier, more linear Skyrim, best I remember. I never played The Witcher 3. Maybe the combat was worked out in that. I don't know. But yeah, everybody just hyped up Cyberpunk to be this, like I said, like what Skyrim was to 2012 or so. They thought it was going to be that again, but yeah, see, like I remember I got fairly far into The Witcher 2 despite the clunky combat, but like you had to fight, is it Runt? Is that the guy's name you had to fight? It's like one of the first boss battles, like in that crypt towards the beginning of the game. And I just kind of spammed the fire spell. I would just run away and then shoot him and then let it recharge and then just run up and shoot him again. You've seen these cutscenes, they're the exact same thing, so I'm just going to skip them. Save all of our time. But even in the PC version, there's a lot of stuff broken with Cyberpunk right now. Like when you get a wanted level, the police don't even chase you. They just stay where they are. So you can do whatever you want and then just run away and they don't care. Get off of me, stupid bat. So Carrie can just stand back here and just chuck bolts at these guys and they can't really do anything. I did get a very big patch. I guess it was either yesterday or day before yesterday. I had like a gigabyte patch for Cyberpunk, so maybe they fixed some stuff. I don't know. Dark Souls. Yeah, it came out at the same time as Cyberpunk. You didn't know that? Keep in mind, Carrie's 12 years old. Just fighting bone dragons like it's nobody's business. We'll skip that cutscene because you've already seen it. Just the gate opening. Camera kind of goes a little haywire there. And we are the Doom Tower. Tonight, when we do Cornell, the towers have actually been remixed, so you'll get to see a little bit difference. My game of the year. I don't even know if I've played enough new games to name one. I just usually sit around and play the same old stuff. Games kind of suck right now, to be honest. I played a lot of trash, like Final Fantasy VII Remake. That game was garbage. You mean the new one? Like a Dragon? It is trash. I mean, it's like, okay, when they said they were going to remake Final Fantasy VII, I was like, oh, that's great, but I played Final Fantasy 15, and that game was bad. Like, Final Fantasy VII is better than 15. 15 is hot garbage. Like, that game is so bad. And then I figured, like, okay, maybe they can fix some of this stuff and make the 7 remake a little bit better of a game. Nah. I mean, it's modern Final Fantasy with a Final Fantasy VII paint job over it. It's filled with like this crappy just hack and slash combat. It's not strategic like the old game. And then there's all these walk and talk sections that modern games thinks is so amazing. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a place for the story-based game. Definitely, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. And I don't play Final Fantasy VII because I want to hold hands with Aeris, walk 3 steps and have her tell me something, walk 3 more steps, have her tell me something. That's not fun, you know? I don't want to do that. I don't want that from Final Fantasy. You know, you can give me that in, like, I don't know, what's that, Two Souls, or, you know, story-based games can do walk and talk sections. Final Fantasy VII should not have walk and talk sections in it. Ghost of Tsushima is a good pick. I think that was a game that it was in development a while, but they understood what they wanted to do. They executed it. The combat was like Dark Souls light, so it was like there was some challenge and rhythm to it, but it wasn't just terribly hard. I would think you're right. I think that might be, as far as new games go, that's the best of the year. I haven't finished a new game in a long time. and I did finish Ghost of Tsushima because it was fun, and I genuinely cared about the story. So I did finish it. Yeah, your mind is in the gutter, but and I don't have anything against people who want to make Eris their waifu or whatever. But what I'm saying is, there's too many sections in games nowadays where they haven't really, it's like the Naughty Dog Last of Us syndrome. They haven't really figured out a good way to integrate the storytelling into the game or the gameplay itself. So they just force you into these sections where another character essentially holds your hand, takes a few steps, and then spits exposition at you. And I hate that. I don't like that at all. I'm just an old school impatient gamer, I guess. And so I like to play the game and to be moving and progressing. And when you have sections like that you can't skip, I don't like it. And if you do, that's fine, but I don't like it. I'm not that type of gamer. It's not for me. And so when I see more and more games doing that technique, it makes me sad a little bit, because I'm a grumpy old man who grew up playing NES and Super NES and this. Ring around the bolt here. Alright, and we need to haul it because we need to get to the cutscene in the garden. I never played Shenmue. I've heard people say that Shenmue is good and then say Shenmue was never good. It was just nostalgia. I know the third one caught a lot of flack. I know there was the infamous forklift section. Okay, got him. And I know there's some die-hard Shenmue fans out there, but I never had a Dreamcast, so I never got to play it. So is Shenmue 3 different than 1 and 2? I thought it was just more of the same, and so people didn't like it because it kind of exposed how outdated the game design was. Probably the same thing that Sega was smoking when they decided to make Like a Dragon have Persona combat in it. Yeah, unfortunately, dumbing down game systems is just the trend. And it's such a touchy subject, too. People get so upset when people say, oh, put an easy mode in Dark Souls. And then some people say, no, Dark Souls is supposed to be hard. You can't put an easy mode in it. And that whole debate is just a mess. But I do think that there's an argument to be made that sometimes making game systems easier detracts from the value of the game itself. And it really depends on what the game is supposed to be. If a game is supposed to be about difficult gameplay for the sake of overcoming a challenge, then like Dark Souls, then yeah, if the creator doesn't want to put an easy mode in that because he believes he's crafting a challenge to be tackled a certain way, then so be it. You know, I can see that. But you know, if a game is, you know, if you're crafting a game with a very deep story and you want as many people as possible to experience that story, yeah, you probably should put an easy mode in it. But you know, what story are you missing out on in Dark Souls by it not having an easy mode? If you're playing Dark Souls for the story, you're probably one of those crazy people who is, you know, looking at all the lore and spending hours and hours studying the game anyway, so you're not going to mind that it's hard. Never played The Sims 2. I only played the first one. That's the exact same cutscene as with Reinhardt, so we skipped it. Yeah, I heard that they Shenmue 2 left out on a cliffhanger, and then 3 just left on a cliffhanger too. So it's like, why did I wait all these years? And it was after the guy had the gall to kickstart Shenmue 3. I wish I could. Alright, now watch Carrie's head in this cutscene. I feel like, watch her head. She was fascinated with the hinge there for a second for some reason, so she completely looks to the right instead of the left where Malice is at. It just ended on a cliffhanger after having a single main plot point happen. And plot twist, new villain. Yeah, that sounds pretty dumb. I don't know. I feel like that games have... Whereas old school game developers used to make a game for a challenge, whereas new school game developers tend to make a game either to tell a story or to test out one mechanic, or, you know, they don't really make it for the same reason that people used to. And it's fine, you know, you can make a game that's all about the story. There's nothing wrong with that, and there's nothing wrong with making a game for people who like that. But as somebody who tends to be very gameplay system oriented, that just makes me a little sad that they don't make as many games of this type anymore. I mean, indie devs do, obviously. But I feel like AAA gaming, they're not really selling you a challenge as much as they're selling you an experience, if that makes sense. Because like modern games, like say something like Assassin's Creed or Red Dead Redemption or other games that have like skip story mission functions and that type of thing. You know, when you, and Cosby Core in the chat, he can attest to this. When you bought an NES game, you legitimately did not know if you were going to be able to beat it or not, right? That was the challenge part of it. You had to get better at it, and then that was where the enjoyment came from, because there wasn't like achievements or anything. It was just like, I put in the time and I learned to beat this game, so I feel good about it, and that was its own reward. Whereas now games are just experiences. You know, you'll get through it eventually, and if you can't get through it, it'll pop up and say, would you like to skip this mission, or would you like to turn the difficulty down, or something like that, you know. Which, you know, maybe people who aren't as good at games as I am, maybe they need that stuff. I'm sure somebody does. But it's always a temptation if it's an option for you. So I miss NES days, where it's just like, here's a challenge. Are you a bad enough dude to complete it? Yeah, AAA gaming is really bad. I spend so much time playing like this and like just old games and like looking for old PC games from the 90s that I didn't play back in those days that I can delve into. I don't need Assassin's Creed, you know, with 30 different flavors of paint or whatever. Give me an N64 and like 20 of its top titles, and I can spend a lot of time playing those. And I don't even think it's just nostalgia either. Like I really... Like, yeah, that is a big reason why I play this game, despite having beat it 1,000 times. But it's fun. It's legitimately a fun game to play, so I keep playing it. Whereas, like, even Ghost of Tsushima, as much as I enjoyed it, I haven't really had a desire to go back and experience that again. I've never streamed an RPG. I guess I need to try that at some point. I want to do an Ocarina of Time randomizer. I think that would be fun. And let the stream help me figure out where the items are. Oh no. Yeah, both of those are great Castlevania games. This is probably one of my favorites though. I like Castlevania 3 a lot too, but the level design is kind of in some of those levels. I know it's like the best one of the old school games, but like some of that level design is kind of poor, like with Alucard's route where you have to just sit and wait on blocks to fall for 3 hours. It's not very exciting. Waterway. Rondo of Blood is fun though. Gotta try to remember where to go. Excuse me. Yep, it wouldn't be a video game without a sewer level to wallow around in our own filth. It's kind of funny, there's an underground sewer and yet there were no toilets in the villa. I guess if you're undead, though, that's not a problem. You don't have to drop one, so. I was still fairly young when I played this. Like, I don't think I was a teenager yet. If I was a young adolescent, so I wasn't at that point yet where I realized games could be bad. You know, you just assume that it's your problem, you're just not good enough. Except for games like Superman 64. Now that I realized that was a bad game, but yeah. I didn't actually play the console version of Legacy of Darkness until a few years ago when I bought it. Because the local video store never got it, they just had this. Now this section really sucks on Vanilla 64 because the camera will not cooperate with you here. And plus you got these lizard bros here. Get the cure ampule just in case. Whew. Well, I'm glad you and Dustin beat it because I sure didn't. I think I had some cheat codes in my GamePro magazine for it, so I just skipped to the last level to see what happened, and I never played it again. Imagine beating Superman 64. I did hear about that, and it was actually better than the final game, if I remember correctly. Well, Flannery is what, 3 or 4? She can't have the best of taste yet. Yeah, I guess she is. I'm just getting old. Dang it, we are old. Thank goodness we had a sun card. Yeah, I think the idea was that DC didn't want Superman punching humans, and so that made it a little difficult to make a storyline about a guy with like super strength and that type of thing. So that's where the whole virtual world story came from. This is Actrice. This is Carrie's antagonist. Like Reinhardt has death. And of course, Titus probably was not the best choice to get that license either. I can't think of a single good game Titus made. I mean, I'm sure there's one out there somewhere, but I can't think of one. I can't even think of another game Titus made, good or bad. I know they made some stuff in the 16-bit era. For a second, I was thinking that they made Bram Stoker's Dracula on Super Nintendo, but that was Psygnosis with the owl logo. That crashing sound effect, that just gets me every time. It's hilarious. Watch out, you're gonna crash. Ah! What it needs is that music from Sonic Adventure 2 from the first level. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Crash. Come on, Carrie, you can do it. Get up. There you go. You go, girl. Sonic Adventure 2 is another one of those games that's... if you played it today, you would probably think it was really bad, but if you played it back in the day like I did, you would think it was really good. That was a game, I never played the Dreamcast when I got it first on the GameCube, and I thought it was just an excellent transition to 3D. But me and some buddies went back and tried to play it in college, and it was pretty rough. Come on. Yeah, there was so much good A-tier dialogue in that game. You're the faker, faker. I've never played Sonic Adventure 1, just the second one. I loaded it up somewhere. I don't remember where I played it at, but I played like the first stage and I couldn't figure out what to do, and I just kind of got frustrated with it. I didn't really give it a chance. I'm sure it's fine for a game from that era, at least. Oh, I did it without a guide back in the day. What are you talking about? I don't need no guide. Beat Rouge's story without it too. So I can enjoy the sick hip-hop beats from classic stages like Pumpkin Hill. You ready? Buck Bumble. There's another game I always wanted to play, but the local video store didn't have it, so I couldn't rent it. I always saw it in magazines and wanted to try it. Well, we're making good time. We're already back to Castle Center. Edgy teenager slash preteen me thought the music in Sonic Adventure 2 was really good at the time, but you go back and listen to it now and you just want to like kill yourself because of how bad it was. It's like, why did I think this was cool? So in Sonic Adventure 1, did Tails and Eggman have mechs, or did you actually get to control Tails like on the ground? Alright, finger off the jump button here. Alright, hard part of the run's over. I can see clearly now, except for the motorbone boys. Fun fact, it was like 2012 before I figured out that Tails' name was a pun on miles per hour. I had to like sit down and take a minute when I figured that out. Oh, way to go, Flannery. I bought that game for $20 brand new at dirt cheap, and I have not finished it or even played it. I just own it. Yeah, I bought that, and I bought the Division. It cost me the Division 1. It was like $10, so I got both of them. It was like $30. Oh, dang it. Yeah, the dirt cheap where I used to live, you know where it is. I won't say it on stream, but you know where it is. If you're perusing for some game deals someday, you should go check it out because they tend to have really good stuff there because it's a distribution center. That's not bad. Breath of the Wild is a really good game. I just don't ever know if I'll have the patience to play it through again, just because of the whole Master Sword thing. And I did the DLC trials too. That was really tough. I don't know if I'd want to do that again. That's the same cutscene that you get with Reinhardt, so we're just going to skip it. Yes. Carry it carefully. Get it? Carry Fernandez. So again, we can despawn the enemies in this room so we don't have to fight them. We just get them to come out of the closet there, and then we go into the corner. We're going to have to kill the one because he spawned close to us, but the rest of them should be gone. Hate that room. Just waste your time is all it's there for. This draw distance though. Carrie's mad ripped for a 12-year-old. Double kill. Where am I going? Oh, Castlevania, why do you do this to me? That's why you always safety save, folks. This game does use several generic, like if you were just to go and buy a sound library, it uses several generic clips from there. Yeah, this is the 1.0 version of the game. It's really bad about freezing just randomly. And so naturally it takes me back to the level 1 bolt even though I didn't die. Thanks for that, Castlevania. There we go. I was hoping he would drop a power up. Here, we'll save again just in case. No carry. Just fun fact, there's a Carrie Fernandez mod for the PC version of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, so be sure to download that. I actually have the PC version of San Andreas now that I think about it, so that gives me a good idea for next live stream after we finish the Cornell one tonight. Wouldn't that be fun? There's another power up in the hallway we can get here in a second. Make our lives a little easier. If the game doesn't crash. It crashed again. Oh, this game. Alright, one more time. If it crashes again, we're just going to skip to the next level. Because there's... I don't know why it is freezing. Those motorcycle skeletons may take up a lot of memory, I don't know. Which Animal Crossing? I have the DS version. At least I got a power up out of it. No, I don't have the switch one. That's an oddly specific amount of time to need an Animal Crossing game. Ooh, red jewels. Will you die? No, 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 don't you touch me. Get away, you knave. Thank you. Alright, we're gonna save state here in case it freezes again, just to keep us from having to do that again. I'm just going to try to bum rush it. Hopefully we can get there before crash. It's definitely something to do with those skeleton motorcycles, I think. But they should unload once we go in here. Obtain the Mandragora. Alright, hopefully this doesn't crash. Whew, okay. Really didn't want to have to skip a level after we had done the whole Reinhardt quest and got all the special jewels and everything. It's daytime, so we'll hit a little harder. These vampires won't be as hard to kill. He missed. Power up, power up, power up. Red jewels, we'll take it. This is the same cutscene, so we're going to skip it. Come on, Carrie, get up there. Arrange the 3 goddesses under their father, the sun, to release the seal. Line up the goddesses. Yes. You notice they have a 9, so F's in the chat for Pluto. Again, you've seen this cutscene, so we're just going to skip it. Camera did a what's it there. Carrie has a much easier time jumping over those fireballs than Reinhardt does. Poor Reinhardt, man. He just doesn't have a chance in this game. Come on. A daytime stat boost really does help a lot. Like some of the boys playing Tekken 7 down there. No power up? Okay. Oh, I forgot to quick save. Please don't freeze. Please don't freeze. It is not what I wanted you to do. Yeah, sorry for all the extra footage of Castle Center, but something keeps crashing the game in that hallway. I'm not really sure what's doing that. If I had to guess, that the motorcycles and Carrie and all that is just crashing that area. It's the only thing I can think of. But this time I'll safety save right before it again, so if it crashes we won't have to worry about it. It's quite frustrating, but nothing to be done. Let's do this room again. Alright, we'll save state here just in case. I hate to use that, but it is what it is. It's going to freeze on us. We don't really have a choice. Yeah, see. It's definitely something to do with a motorbone boy, but I don't know what. Maybe one day if I ever find one of the game's developers to interview on this channel, I'll ask him about that hallway and if it was resource intensive. So I really think it has something to do with that. We'll make another safety save, unfortunately. Nice. Nice. Yay, we did it. It didn't freeze. Safety save just in case. Again, that cutscene, you've seen it, so I just skipped it. Nah. That was kind of bull. I've never managed to get a stun lock like this before. This is crazy. On Legacy of Darkness, that fight would have been over very quickly because the axe is so overpowered in that game. Safety save here just in case. And here's a cutscene you haven't seen. I love the villains in this game. Really love to say ho 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 like they're Santa Claus. You can see the save crystal for the crystal room through the wall there. And cross pickup apparently in another room. The sound font for that song reminds me of some of the Great Bay Temple music from Majora's Mask. Unfortunately, she couldn't find one of the 3,000 purifying crystals in the castle and cure herself. Again with the ho ho ho. It is Christmas time. Anyway, this fight, let's heal just to be safe. Yeah, you like this top tier strat here? I'm just full of strats in this run. Unfortunately, the Fernandez warrior dies, and unlike Rosa and Reinhardt's story, we never get to see what she would have been like as a human. But I mean, she never even talks or anything, so no big loss. Anyway, that's it for this terrible level. Fire up the generator. Now again, if you're just joining in, if you're playing on easy mode, this is where the game ends, so make sure you play on normal. So the other bridge is available this time, and so we go to Tower of Science instead of Dual Tower. And this level looks much better in CV64 than it does in Legacy. There's less fog, the backgrounds are more ornate. It just looks a lot better. It's a lot cleaner, crisper look. It's, for the most part, the layout and the goal of the level remains the same. When I was a kid, we went to tour the local cube factory in our town. It was very interesting. Reminds me a lot of this. Carrie, don't you fall off it. I think this section is a little easier in vanilla than it is in Legacy. There's a few more tricky traps in there. Yeah, see, like if this was the Legacy version, the stage is so foggy you wouldn't be able to see like all the neat machinery and stuff back there. And the camera doesn't know what it's doing here. Carrie's bolt is aspiring to activate every single one of these cannons it possibly can. The science key. If I remember correctly, this is just like some bonus items over here. You don't have to go in here to beat the level. You can go in here and get a sick 300 gold. That stupid thing. Go ahead and get rid of the doomsday cannons here. Oh! Come on. Had it and then I panicked and jumped again. Everybody knows the second time you just YOLO it. You don't care the second time, so you just YOLO through here. You ought to look out. Give me that science key. I don't need to go in there and pick up that 300 gold this time. I swear in this game the far away jumps are the easier ones to make. The ones that are not the full length of your jump are the harder ones to make. I think it's the second one. Science key 2. We'll just kill him for safety because he might come back to bother us later. See, this is one of the stages that made people complain about the camera. Because I'm just kind of over here shooting blindly. Okay, can you please stop? I really would like to kill that turret up there first, but I don't know if the game's going to let me. Oh crap. Okay, we made it. We're cool. Be cool, be cool. Wait, this is the 300 gold room. Did I just make a loop? I very rarely play the N64 version of this level, so... Is it this door? Nope. Okay, so that's where we got the first key at. Oh, there. I bet that's it there. Oh, I almost made it. Yeah, here we go. Okay, it was just a little razzle-dazzle there with where you're supposed to go. Unfortunately, there's no boss in this level either on this version. No security crystal fight. Some goodies and candles over there, but I don't know if we're going to risk getting them. What's the point of that hallway? There's nothing down there. This room is completely left out of Legacy of Darkness as well. As a kid, I think there's another key you can go get, but you can just leave the level too. Or maybe you do have to get this key, I don't remember. I just know as a kid I was so happy to be done with that platforming section, I just said screw it, I'm not going to go back and find the rest of that stuff. Those explosions really cause the game to lag too. Yeah, I think this is the exit if I remember. Yeah, here's the exit, and then the key to that other door for those bonus goodies is back around that corner. Alright, now here's the fun part. There's not a lot of save crystals in the 64 version of this level, but that's alright. This level's a lot prettier too. More stained glass, more floating particles. Really superior. Probably the prettiest level in the game. There's also a big tower you have to climb up in this version that was taken out of the other one for some reason. This level kind of blew my mind as a kid the first time I got to it. It took me a long time to beat it too, because it's pretty hard if you're a dumb kid with poor motor skills. Not that I was or anything. This section's kind of screwy. Let's see. Basically, don't hop on anything unless it just appeared. And especially if it's turning red, don't hop on it. You don't want these guys to crystal spit because they can poison you if you get unlucky. It won't always poison you, but sometimes it will. And so we've got to go over there and hit that switch, unfortunately. There we go. No, I don't think so. There was ever a fitting use of that Captain America, no, I don't think I will meme. It's that candle over there. Once again, keep in mind, Carrie is 12 years old. And she's over here jumping these platforms like an American gladiator. That one kind of tricks you because you can make that jump. Okay, where the heck are we? You're 12, Carrie, so I'll give you a little bit of a break there. She didn't grab it. Oh, come on. Yeah, you could put 30 different flavor text in this game, but you couldn't ensure that the character grabs the ledge 100% of the time, Konami. Good job. You're dang right I'm salty. Alright. We didn't lose too much, thankfully. Come on, reappear, reappear. Thank you. Another problem those ledges have is that the grabbing is screwy enough, and these platforms are shaped, I mean, they have edges on them, and so if you try to grab up at one of the edges, you're likely to fall because the game won't be quite sure what side you're supposed to be grabbing on, so it'll just say, oh, they didn't grab, and just throw you into the abyss. I think that's probably what happened to us there. Yeah, instead of trying to grab onto that one, we're just going to go straight to this one. Oh no, oh no. It's okay. Sometimes that can knock you down, and if it does, you're liable to fall and kill yourself. If I remember correctly, this one tries to trick you a little bit. There we go. Alright, there's the exit, but we do want Carrie's special outfit, so we're going to go get that. Her Maria Renard outfit. Which they took out of Legacy for some reason. Well, when you're hot, you're hot. That's Tower of Sorcery. We're in the home stretch now. Not a single power-up was given that day. That's alright, we don't need any power-ups. We've got the axe. And 99 red jewels. So I wonder if these clocks don't have flavor text on them. Or like a hidden power-up somewhere. I guess not. If I go down that passage one more time. Actrice fight, let's go. Ugh. Surprise me to defeat the Fernandez warrior, you do. Late it is still too not. Soul and power give you to Dracula. Simple matter it is, the lives of 1,000 children sacrifice. My own child I slew to attain this prize. Now, I learned a new speedrunning technique the other day for Carrie that I didn't know about. Apparently, you can stop her from summoning the crystal shield if you look away from her as soon as possible and don't look directly at her. So we're going to test it and see. Yeah, see, I kind of looked at her a little bit. So we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. What I get for doing this fight at night. You know, it's kind of funny that Malice's name is Malus, which is Latin for evil, if you didn't know, and he's Dracula. Death is a Grim Reaper, and his name is Death. Actrice here is literally French for actor, and she's a former actor. It's a wonder that Reinhardt and Carrie aren't named Protagonist 1 and Protagonist 2. Dead. She actually has one of the cooler deaths, at least. She looks up and her face is the bloody skeleton. That's actually kind of neat.
You claim to love crystals. Go then, and dwell there forever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dracula was scared of a 12-year-old girl. Of course, after what happened with Maria Renard and Richter, he probably actually is. The sky is going halfway through the castle up there. Anyway, the point is that we have to continue onward. Goodbye. I guess so. Swag. The other best level in the game. And we'll see if we can't just cruise on through it. That's a bad room to try to speed jump in. Oh no. No, no, no. Take him at Carrie. Maybe we should just YOLO it. Yeah, that was a lot better. Who cares about precision when you can just YOLO it? The real test will be this next room to see if I can get the quick key again. Because if you drop down, it becomes exponentially harder to get to where you want to go here in this level. Here's a big 1,000 gold we still don't need. Oh gosh. Okay, okay, okay. Be cool, be cool. What are you doing, camera? Jump, 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 jump! Dadgummit, Carrie. Oh, you idiot. Gosh. All I wanted for you to not do that. Literally the only thing I asked for Christmas from you, Carrie. Not to fall off that platform. Reinhardt's sorry self was able to stay on it. There we go. I didn't realize that pillar went in and out like that. Like the burger place. It's been a while since lunch. I'm gonna get a little hungry here. Need to go break some of the walls in my house, see if I can find a chicken or something in there. What was that? swear this game. Okay, I don't know what that was. I've never seen that. It's not right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on this controller. Half of it's me, half of it's the physics, and the invisible third half is this controller. The stick is slightly off center, and so if I don't position it back in the middle exactly right, it stays. So like there, Carrie was walking a little bit when she shouldn't have been. So it's making some of these jumps a little bit more fidgety than they should be because Carrie's trying to walk to the right after I get still. All right. There we go. It's been a long road, gang. It's we're 5 hours and 7 minutes in. Yeah, definitely not world record pace, but this was just a little bit of fun, showing off cutscenes and whatnot. So of course it was longer. I don't know. This is like, I'm gonna skip that cutscene because it's literally the exact same as the one with Reinhardt from earlier. If you want to watch it, you can go back and see it earlier. I think I've done this one other time, beaten both stories back to back in the same sitting. I think I've only done it one time before now. What? What? Why am I here? I said restart this stage, not... Oh, and now I have to restart the clock tower because it put me on... Oh, that's so dumb. Incredibly stupid. Oh, and now I start up here. What is going on? Anyway. So there's some screwiness with Carrie's jumping on this place. You'll see as we get up a little bit higher, I'll explain what's going on. I don't remember if it's that Carrie jumps higher or that her grab box is higher, but they basically had to adjust it to make sure that Reinhardt and Carrie could all grab the same platforms in the game. Coming up on the home stretch here. I'm just going to skip these cutscenes because we watched them earlier. They're the exact same down to the dialogue and everything else. Unfortunately, they didn't bother changing much between the two characters. I think we got 8 roast beefs. I was so bad at this game growing up, I'd make it to this section and have like 3 roast chickens and 1 roast beef. Wouldn't be able to beat the game. Well, special thanks to Carrie's Bolt for taking the most zigzaggy pattern possible to get to the target so that he teleported away. Ooh, there's free chicken. Bolt has no idea where it's going. No idea where Quiznos is. Come on. Did I just get killed? Okay. Get to do the fun part again. Great. At this rate, it may be tonight before we get to do Cornell. Look at that cheap shot, it just disappeared. Well, I guess my attacks are just going to vanish into thin air. There we go. Would really like a power-up before this last phase, but He's just not cooperating this time. Fine, we do it the hard way. Oh! Serenity now, Jerry. Serenity now. Well, at least I got a chicken out of it. Nope. Alright, this time we'll use the safe strat on the elevator instead of the whatever that was last time. Alright, not touching anything. Not touching the controller. Just gonna let it ride. Okay. Let's try this again, shall we? Easy. Make sure we're at full health because Carrie's a fragile little snowflake. taking any chances on this one. Oh my goodness. Explosions. Carrie's definitely getting her protein out of this. Keep in mind, 12 years old. Come on, Carrie, hit her. There we go. Woo! That one got a little hairy there. I must be fatigued. Need some restore fatigue potions. Let's speed this up a little bit since you've already seen this part. Castle sinks. Oh, 5 hours, nearly 30 minutes. What a stream. Hey, but I had a lot of comments and a lot of viewers. Thanks everybody for stopping by and for enjoying this run of the vanilla version of Castlevania 64 with me. Again, I'll be back on tonight. We're going to do Cornell's Quest and Legacy of Darkness to finish it out. And who knows what we'll do after that. Maybe next time like I said, I'll start some Henry speed runs or something. Since you guys seem to enjoy the CV64 content, I'm going to keep it coming. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go take a break and get ready for tonight's stream. I'm going to leave you guys with Carrie's ending. Thanks so much for dropping by, and hopefully I'll see you tonight at 9 Central Time.